Good evening, guys. You can hear me?
Yeah, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
Yes.
Good evening. All right. I know it's a Poya, and then, well, I guess we just don't have certain luxury these days, isn't it? Whether it's Poya or whatsoever, we just need to get on with it, I guess. Okay. All right, Srimal, you have raised your hand. You have a question?
Sorry, sir, it's a mistake.
Oh, okay, no problems. All right, guys, same rules. Like if you unmute your mic, I'm under the assumption that you are going to speak. But unfortunately, I don't know whether I'm in control of this meeting. I don't have the mute button. Okay, fine. Maybe everyone is mute. Okay, so welcome to a quick session on research methodology, right? And especially we're doing it for the students who are doing specialization, right? Students who are doing specialization. So we will do around 7 sessions, which will kind of give you the kind of the basic understanding or understanding that is needed for you guys to kind of get into your research with your supervisors for your 3rd semester. Okay, so I know there may be some of you who have already done research before. So, I mean, if you're done, you may have done it with your degree, that is one. And then some of you may have done research with what do you call your previous masters, or maybe your work involves research. So in that case, like probably you have enough experience, so that should not be a major issue for you. So today's session, my basic objective today is basically to give you an understanding to the overall requirement as to what you would go through as part of the research, which is part of the 3rd semester. Okay, that's what we're basically looking at, right? We're not looking at anything beyond that. And then we will do on every session, we will do a chapter each, right? Chapter 1, 2, and then we will go on to finish all 5 chapters. And I would also have some, what do you call, in-class assessments to understand where you guys stand, right? What is your understanding so far, what we have done? Because one reason why we do that is because we want to make sure that the supervisors' lives are also made a little bit more easier, right? So most of the time, what happens is like the supervisors now the other group, which does the general management, they tend to directly kind of have a research methodology session, and based on that research methodology session, they basically go in for the research where the supervisors have been assigned. But for y'all go through only the specialization session, right? And you go directly into meeting the supervisor. So we want to ensure that when you also go in to meet your supervisor, that you also have some understanding, that it helps the supervisor to know that you have the basics understanding and to basically build on it so that you can actually take it to the next level. That's what we are basically looking at, right? So personally, if you ask me, my objective would be like to ensure that while you understand the research methodologies, by the time we finish the 7 sessions to 8 sessions, that you have at least done a rough sketch of or rough draft of your chapter 1, which can be presented to your supervisor in your first meeting, right? So it might sound a little confusing, but by the time I finish today's session, you will be very clear as to what you are going to do. You may not know the entire technical aspects of things, maybe, but you would know the entire story as to what we are going to do. Okay? All right. Any questions? All right. No questions. That's nice. So if you have questions, guys, I mean, I see we have about 117 students. So it will be better if we can kind of raise your hand and I can just take one by one so that we cover all the questions, but at the same time, you can use the chat session as well. All right. Okie dokie. All right. So research methods for specialization, right? And here we go. So the aim of the module is basically to equip you with the relevant skills, knowledge, and techniques necessary for you to do a dissertation. Now, you also see here that I'm talking about a research proposal. Actually, the research methodology students who actually do the research proposal actually come into this requirement where they do the written research proposal, right? And then they have to pass the proposal for them to do the third semester, which is the dissertation, the research. But you guys are fortunate enough that you don't actually need to do a research proposal. However, you would basically need to directly do a session with the supervisors with the first meeting, right? So you don't need to do a written research proposal. You can go with the chapter one in the first meeting itself, right? So that's what we'll be looking at. So let's talk about all those things as we go. The other thing that you also need to keep in mind is that, as I keep on repeating, Cardiff is not expecting you to do a research which is highly complicated, something very, very novel. If you can, it's fine. But what they are looking for is that as as a Master of Business Administration student, when you get back to your work environment, that you are able to that you are able to uh, what do you call uh, demonstrate that you have an understanding of research. How do you do a research? How do you analyze? How do you arrive at a conclusion? That is what we are looking at, guys. That is what we're looking at. But on top of that, if you can do a nice research, which actually, on top of that, if you can do a nice research on top of where you can get a good topic and a good work, I think that's the icing on the cake with a cherry, right? So don't worry about whether you've taken the best topic, but what is more important is for you to demonstrate that you have done a very good research. That is what is more important, that you have done a very good research. That is more important than anything else. Okay? Any questions, guys? Any questions? I hope it's a poya, it's a long weekend. I hope all of you guys are listening, guys. නැත්නම් මටත් ගිහලා මොනාරි කරගෙන ඉන්න පුළුවන්. Right? කට්ටිය කොයි හරි නාලා බීලා ලගින් වෙලා ඉමු කියලා නෑ නේද? Huh?
No, so we are listening. We just don't have questions.
We understood, sir, everything. Yeah.
Okay, at least.
No, sir,
Okay,
no. It's okay.
At least
You can
then
continue.
කතා කරනවා. Okay. No. Just kidding, guys. Just kidding. No worries. You know me, no. හරිද? ඒ
Yes, sir.
ජෝක් එකක් වගේ අත්තත් කියන එක නේද ප්‍රශ්නයක් නෑ. Yeah, okay, no worries, guys. Okay, as long as you give me thumbs up and everything, I know, right? train All right, Takshagini, yes, you have raised your hand. You have a question?
Yes, sir. I don't think which is relevant for this session, but I want to confirm we didn't give any, they didn't allocate any supervisor. Is it okay to select our preferred lecturer for as a supervisor, or
Right.
will they allocate for us?
No, it won't work like that, Akshagin, because we have several supervisors. Each
Okay.
supervisor is allocated uh, 15 to 20 students, 10 to 15, 15, 20 students. That's the blocks how they work.
Okay.
And we have supervisors from the state university, from ICBT, a mix. And then there are certain supervisors are subject matter. They only take particular subject matter researchers, but majority they are kind of generalists who are able to guide you. And let me also tell you, don't expect the supervisor to be a subject matter expert of your topic. Your supervisor is a subject matter expert or a facilitator to help you do the guideline, to help you do the research, to guide you through the research. So you, if say for example, you are working in the shipping line and you are talking about greener engines and greener logistics for better climate change tackling and so on, the supervisor may not be a technical person to understand it, but the supervisor will be able to go through the document and see what is missing to see whether the story can be taken through, whether we have done the right steps. That's how we are looking at, right? So you cannot pick a supervisor. I mean, I know, like, I mean, probably at a PhD level, you can pick your supervisor, your secondary supervisor, but at the MBA level, they will assign you a supervisor. And if you're not happy with the supervisor, then you can actually go and make a request from the research department saying that you're not happy. When you say you're not happy, you need to say why you're not happy. So at least you should have gone for the first meeting or the second meeting, first meeting at least to know that you don't like the person, right? Or the feedbacks are not good or whatsoever. Then you can go and request. But other than that, it will be ICBT that will be assigned.
Okay. Thank you,
Okay.
sir. Thank you.
All right. Okay, moving on. Right. So our learning outcome. So on successful compilation of this module, you will be able to have a good aims and objective, critically evaluate relevant academic literature, critically review appropriate research and development methodologies, and come out with a research, right? That would be as per the standards of the MBA. I believe they require 8,000 words, but I think we can do between 8 to 10,000 words, right? 10% here and there, no? So 8 to 10,000 words, right? We used to do a research of 15,000 words, so but you all have got 8 to 10,000 words. That's what we are looking at. Okay. All right. So let's look at the nature of business management research. Now, when you so the aim of this is also somewhat similar, right? We would look at the stages, what is involved, right? And this is basically focusing on management research, guys, right? We are basically focusing on management research, and then we are looking at more of a basic applied research, right? Rather than a basic research or a research that is very academic, right? So the outcome is that we expect you to understand the stages involved and to complete the research successfully. Okay, right. Now, why am I saying it's a management research? When I say it's a management research, right, you need to understand that there are so many other researchers, right? There are so many other researchers. Like, say, for example, you have research in the area of so you have research in the area of, say, people want to do research in the medical field. People want to do research, what do you call, a new product development. People want to do like why is the poverty level so high on social issues, etc., and so on. But for our business MBA, we need to understand that we cannot just do any research. We need to do a research that is business related. Now, even in business-related research, you need to understand that research has to be very relevant to the business administration point of view, not necessarily in regard to anything technical. I'll give you an example why, right? So, for example, like there are people like there was once a student who had a very good research. What the person did was the person wanted to do a research in regard to using palm oil for toothpaste, right? So the person said palm oil based toothpaste is far more healthier than the other fluoride ones, etc. and so on. So I don't know the technical side of it. So I was basically voicing the student and I basically said, look, this seems to be a very technical one. So let's not go with a technical thing and we will try to do something like which is as a very business case, a business related type of a thing. And then the person said, okay, but then eventually when the person started working on the chapter 1, chapter 2, and so on, you realize that it's the person has still not got it right. Right? The person tend to be into a technical side. So when the person eventually finished also, it was very much technical. He was talking about the relevant type of chemical to be used, the components of it, the materials that needs to be used, etc. and so on. So eventually we had to say like, look, this research cannot go forward. This is not a business related research. You are doing a product development, right? That doesn't apply here. So what we did was eventually like he understood the problem. And what we did was we basically reversed it to work towards a title which was more product development and product development strategies for better market outcome. That is how we went about. That is how we went about doing the research, right? Now, so I know there may be some students who are very technical here, and you may want to hold on to some technical matters, but you need to look at it from the business angle because you're doing a master's in business administration, right? You're not doing a master's in engineering or technology, right? Then it can be different. But here it's basically master's in business administration. So therefore, you need to make sure that things are running this way, right? It has to be done. I have found a student who recently came and said, then the person wants to know women engagement in a particular business and brings about better livelihood for families. Fine, agreeable. It's a good research, whatever it is. But it doesn't go well with our MBA. It goes well with something else, but not necessarily with MBA. If it's a social science, master's in social science, ideal topic, please go ahead and do it. But when you talk about business administration topic, it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work, guys, right? So it's important that we understand that it's important that we understand that these researchers, right? These researchers have to be aligned with the business administration piece, right? It has to be aligned with the business administration piece, and not we can't just do anything with what you actually plan to have, right? Okay, Marine, I see you raise your hand.
Good evening, sir.
Yes. Good evening.
Sir, I'm from Business Analytics Specialization. Just
Yes.
wanted to know, so when we are selecting a topic, does it have to be specifically related to business analytics subjects, or can I pick any subject related to business management?
It has to be related to your specialized area, right?
Okay.
It has to be your specialized area because you see, like if you're doing business analytics, it has to have business analytics aspect. If you're
Okay.
into marketing, it will have to have marketing aspect.
Right. So we have social media analytics and this business process and data process, that subject. So either from those two subjects, we have to select a topic and go ahead. Am I correct?
Exactly, absolutely.
Okay,
Absolutely.
got it. Thank you, sir.
Right? Okay. So if you are doing any special, so this is entire specialization, right? So if you're doing anything on project management, it has to go with project management. If you're doing anything with marketing, it has to be with marketing. If you're doing anything in regard to anything else, like health specialization, if you're doing anything on business analytics, if you're doing anything on HR, finance, it has to be on those areas. It has to be on in those areas. You cannot deviate from it, right? So that's how the researchers are. Okay. Right. So when you take researchers, the research will depend on what type of research that you are trying to tackle, and it'll take some time, right? Uh, how many of you guys know about the post-it pad story? Anybody know the post-it pad story? Okay, so the post-it pad story is a classic example of a research tool, right? It was research in regard to product development, but it also gives you certain elements to say that, look, I mean, something was found, but then it took a long time before we kind of finalize things and get things going, right? So if you take the post-it story, like, I mean, it all happens in one of the vice president's office, where the secretary used to come and paste reminders on the computer monitor, or on the desk, or on diary, and it was a note that could re-stick back again. You take it out and you can re-stick it again after life. And one day the VP was so curious, he basically called the secretary, and he asked the secretary, like, look, I've been noticing you've been using this. Where do you get this? Right? Where do you get this stuff? And the secretary said, look, this is something that is there in our waste. I cut them and I use them, and this glue is also available there. So I'm using it. So that's how it started. So it was actually found in 1968, but it took them another good 12 years to develop, understand, go through things before they could actually come out with the post-it pad, right? Now, I know most of the post-it pad that we use today, the non-3M post-it pads, it's a matter of removing from the main leaf lot, and you can't repaste it anywhere else. It's a real waste, right? But I assume the 3M post-it pads are really good, right? The duplicates don't work as good as the 3M one, guys. Okay? All right. Okay, let me see. Somebody has typed something in the chat box. Okay, all right. Okay, guys. So, okay, I'm just reading through the messages. Okay. Okay, some of you guys at work. Okay, calmly listening. Very nice. Then there's a question to me addressed personally. He says, is it an option to do the research on what we have prepared or focusing, or do we need to do aligning with the study subject? So I guess the question that you are asking is about whether it has to be in your specialization area. My answer is yes, you need to do it in your specialization area. You can't do it in any other subject, just in your specialization area. But you have the freedom to select the topic, select the problem whatsoever. But it has to be relevant to your specialization. Okay. All right. As we are doing an MBA in finance, the research topic should be aligned with finance field. Yes, it has to be aligned with the finance field. ICBT will assign a supervisor who specializes in the relevant field, correct? sometimes you might find a person, say, for example, if it's finance, you might find a person who specializes in finance. But sometimes, most of the time, you find the non-technical areas or areas that sometimes you think the supervisors would say, like, look, this is a topic that they're handling, so maybe we can ask somebody else because this may not be going in my way. Say, for example, if you're trying to do a finance research and you are basically doing it based totally on secondary data and you're doing it based on ratios, etc., and so forth, then probably the supervisor who may not be a strong finance person would say, look, I believe this research should go under a finance supervisor who is good in finance so that you can be corrected, aligned, etc., and so on, right? That's how they would see it, guys, right? So that can also take place. All right. Okay, so those are the questions that I had here. Nice. Okay. So some of the things that we need to keep in mind is that we don't do research for publicity, but we do research to the public. But in business research time, in the business research angle, we basically research with the aim not for popularity, but for management, right? But for management. Most people do research for popularity and not for management, but we want to do not for popularity, but for management. That's what we're basically looking at, guys. That's what we're basically looking at. Okay. And by the way, let me also tell you, we are trying to do a research, right? We're trying to do a research. We are not doing a survey to collect information, right? We're trying to do a research, but we are not collecting details to do a survey. That is something that we need to be very, very clear about, guys. Okay, that is something that we need to be very, very clear about, right? Because most of the time, what we find is that students, when it comes to the first chapter, first meeting with the supervisor, they are already coming out with their survey, saying that, sir, my survey is done. Can you also have a look at it? Then I can get it out and get it done. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. So we will basically what do you call have it done in a proper way of doing research where you need to kind of uh, what do you call endorse a model that helps you to overcome a problem. That's how we're trying to work with the research, guys, right? That's how we're trying to work with the research. So, okay, someone says, I'm in garment manufacturing. Would you please recommend what kind of project for me? Okay, so you are in the garment sector, right? You're in the apparel sector. But for me to tell you what type of a project, I need to know what is your specialization. If I don't know a specialization, then there's a problem. But there are so many areas that you can touch, right? Right. So another person has said at the end of the research, do we need to find something new? Okay. It is not compulsory that you need to find something new, like a framework or a model that works. But we see for you to do something like that, I think you need to look at a more time-consuming process, which you and I don't have in this MBA. You and I, although the third semester says 6 months, you and I are probably having closer to about 3 to 4 months. Nothing more than that, guys. We are probably having 3 to 4 months of time, nothing more than that, right? So we need to do whatever it is within that 3 months, okay, right? So in regard to Asela, like I would say, look, I mean, I need to know what your specialization is, but more importantly, hold on to your question, right? Because when I finish today's session, probably you will have a better clarity as to how to approach your research. Okay, right? How to approach your research. All right, let's Okay, good. So when we do a research, right, it is not a matter of just collecting facts or information without a clear purpose. It is not about reassembling the data. It is not about like to get your products or idea and notice. It's all about collecting data systematically, interpreting it systematically, and there is a clear purpose to find things out, right? So sometimes you find in surveys there are so many questions, but at the end of the day, right, at the end of the day, the questions, right, have been asked, but those data has not been used. Why? Because those data were not planned for, right? We just collected data, said, make a gum, let's take this. And then eventually we find that these data are basically a waste, right? The data are basically a waste. We have not even used it for any of the purposes, right? So it becomes very important that we actually plan out the question. We plan out what we're asking and what do we expect to get out of this. That is very, very important, guys, right? That is very, very important. Okay. Yes. Anybody has any questions? You unmuted. All right. When you have a question, raise your hand, guys. That because since we have a large group, it will be good to have question by questions. All right. The nature of the business research, right? Now, it's important to understand that you and I do research on a regular basis, right? This is not something that we do in a head of. This is not something that we are not used to it. Like, no, we do. We do a lot of research. We do a lot of research. We have. Sorry. We do a lot of research. We have what do you call continuously working on things on a day-to-day basis. Probably we're doing research in our work as well. But the fact remains that we don't document and do things like a proper research, right? You and I may have a problem, right? And we're looking for solutions. We find the reasons and we're trying to find a solution. Okay, right? One of the things that you need to understand in doing management research. Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Sachindu, I can't hear you clearly. Okay, all right, fine. Right. So one of the things that you want to do is like you want to draw on the knowledge developed by other disciplines, right? Right. Managers really want to draw their attention or draw their knowledge based on other disciplines. And you also need to understand that the managers also are educated and they also know the need for good research, right? So it becomes very important, right, for us to have researchers that have practical consequences, right? Practical consequences. So our recommendation to you is that it's always good to find and do a research in your own organization, if possible, right? Always good to do the research in your own organization rather than trying to do it with somewhere else, right? So do it in your own organization. Draw on your knowledge, right? Uh, get the manager support. Talk to the managers. The reason why I say all this is like you can start a research topic, right? And you can go on with it, but you also need to understand that in one stage of your research, you have to come back to the organization to actually get the survey done, right? Because that's how you're going to prove a model. This is if you're going to do a quantitative approach. But even if you're doing a qualitative approach, you still need to make interviews. So you will need access to staff, right? You will need access to staff. So without these, it's not going to be possible, guys. Without these, it's not going to be possible. So you need to have access to staff as in your third chapter when you want to complete your research, either for interviews or either for them to respond to your questioning. But if you don't have that access, then it's going to be a problem. So that's why we say, like, say, from the beginning, try to see whether you can get your manager and the organization on board so that they do know that you are doing a research, which is that you're doing a research, which is going to be very important, right? That will help the organization. Sometimes there are organizations, they have issues, and when you do the research, they will say, yes, we will support you, do the research. We want to see the outcomes. And you can present those outcomes, and some students have been commended for it, right? Some students have done the same thing over and over again, so there's nothing much. But some students have been commended for it, and they have actually got sometimes recognized. I don't know whether they got promotions, but they got recognized, right? That has happened. So it's always important to have your managers on board, your organization on board, if you're going to do the research from the beginning itself, right? Then we have three types of research, guys. Right? One is pretty much very much an academic interest. Knowledge creation is the core of it, where you find professors, doctors, people trying to kind of they kind of keep learnings, do researchers, and out of those learnings keep publishing, right? So they keep supplying to the knowledge base, to the knowledge domain. This is what it is. But then we are looking at uh, the mode which is basically talking about context for research, right? The mode two, here it's more about the context of the research, right? Context for research. Here what happens is we are talking about the practitioners and the academics coming together. Or we can say the practical aspect and the academic aspect coming together, right? This would be the mode that we are pretty much involved in, right? Because we are looking at the demand side, where we are in the business, we are practitioners, we are practicing, but whereas we are looking at the academic angle coming through the MBA to kind of give us that support to make a good research, which is practical based, which is based on our practical scenarios. That's what we are basically trying to do. Okay, right? And then you have a third mode, which is basically knowledge production, focused on an appreciation of the human condition, right? It's all about assure survival and promote the common good at various levels of social aggressions, etc., and so on, and very futuristic type of researchers, philanthropies, etc., and so forth, right? But the one that we are going to be involved in, we will be more in mode two, where we are looking at supply side of knowledge from the university and the demand side from the business, right? This is how it's going to be. Okay. So when we look at the research, we are basically looking at basic research and applied research. Our research tends to be a basic applied research, right? We are looking at a basic applied research, right? Because it's undertaken by people based in various settings, including organizations and universities. You and I are sitting in in a university setting, an MBA, but then we are practitioners. We are sitting in a business as well, right? Objectives are negotiated with the organizer. See, you come out with an objective, right? And you say this is what you want to do, right? Say, for example, like we have had students who come and say that we want to do a research for the entire island or to the entire industry. But what we say is, look, given the time scale that you have, the tight time scale of, we say 6 months, but I would say it will be 3 months, right? You rather reduce the scope, the objective to something that will actually fit into your pocket, something that you can actually do and something that will actually work. That is something that you need to be looking at, guys, right? Not something that will basically goes beyond what you can do, right? So in a basic situation, your flexible time scale, no problems, you can drag it. Choice of topic and objective is determined by the researcher, undertaken by the people based in a university, no problems. But here you are talking about people working in business. Objectives are negotiated to meet the time frame, and then we're looking at tight time scales that will fit into things. Right? This is what we are basically looking at, guys. So you need to kind of keep in mind this is how we are going to play. Okay. Any questions, guys? Any questions? So let me also take you through other areas. Oops, sorry. So when you take research, you can actually take any research area. It can be IT, it can be customer service, it can be marketing, it can be financial instruments, it can be the stock market, it can be logistics, it can be business process improvement. So your research area is not at all limited, guys. It is not at all limited. It can be all over, right? It can be anything, but it has to be in your specialized area. So if I take something like IT, you can take solutions for business operation, or you can narrow it down to hosting solutions, applications, or security, or within that, you can go to something else as well. This is how you could actually look at it too. All right. Okay. So let's look at the process, right? Let's look at the process. Your process involves 6 stages, guys. Your process involves 6 stages, right? First, it's identifying your topic, right? First, it's basically identifying your topic, right? What is the topic that you want to do, right? And in order to do this topic, first, you must also have a problem. What is that problem that you're trying to tackle, right? What is the problem? What is pushing you to do the research? Why do you want to do this research? So in business research, one of the things that you need to keep in mind is for you to do a business research, you must have a business problem. If you can't justify a business problem, right, then it's going to be very, very difficult, right? So your identification of your business problem will tell you, yes, this is something that you can actually research on for your organization, right? That's what we are looking at. Okay, right. So, for example, you may want to do a research in regard to, say, uh, you could say like, I mean, uh, virtual leadership and business progress, something like that. Okay, fine, interesting topic. People might want to read, etc., and so on. But what is the problem? Why do you want to do a title like that? Why do you want to do research in that area? What is pushing you? What is pushing you? Right? So ideally, you should have a problem that is actually pushing you, isn't it? Right? You should actually have what do you call this thing that is actually pushing you. Say that uh, look. I mean, this is the problem that I'm having in the organization, right? And if I look at it, like people tend to be not coming to office on a regular basis. The leaders are also not so keen and everything, right? We have been losing the businesses or we've been losing deadlines, etc., and so on. But what is required now with the new generation probably would be the future virtual leaders is going to be the key for us to achieve better business growth or something like that. This is what we can be looking at, guys. This is what we should be looking at, right? So it's important that we identify a topic based on the problem that you have identified, right? So you can say, I'm going to do something in the area of business process. Fine. Okay. Then you look at the context and the objective. What are you going to do in the business process area? What is the problem that you have in your organization, right? You might find maybe there are process delays, right? Delays in regard to certain areas that is not helping you, right? That is not helping you. So in that case, we may want to find, look, we would basically find a situation where we can actually look at business processes, right? Business processes improvement enables faster customer service. So you need to justify the problem, why it is. So there has to always be a problem for you to take on a topic. So you can say, I'm going to do it in this domain, but what is the problem? That is the problem that you need to take on. Okay? Right. Once you have done the topic, right, we are now going to move into chapter 3, right? This will be chapter 3, where you will do the literature review, right? You will do the literature review. Oops, sorry guys. When you do the literature review, right, you are basically trying to find answers for this problem that you are having. Thereby, you are identifying factors and parameters that can actually come and help you in the definition of the research method, right? Definition of the research method, right? This is what we are actually trying to do, guys, right? Okay, right, guys, just give me a second, guys. Just give me a second. I just need to pull up something else. Just hold on. Jayasuri, I think your mic is unmuted. All right, okay. I actually pulled the wrong PowerPoint, so I just want to make sure that things are okay, right? So if you look at it, this is chapter 1, where you talk about the context and the objectives. Then we're talking about you reading a lot of text about the current problem whatsoever. To understand, this is chapter 2, right? You understand this is chapter 2, guys, right? This is what you're trying to do. This is chapter 2 that we are working on. Okay, right? And once you're done your chapter 2, right, which is doing a lot of literature to identify what are the factors, you are going to bring those factors into chapter 3, right? And you have a mental model. You have a mental model that will basically tell you, right, if you have these factors and they are contributing at that utmost level, you are able to have the final outcome, which is a better customer service or whatsoever, right? That is your chapter 3. And in your chapter 3, in order to endorse that model, you will actually go to justify the problem, right? By doing a survey. Actually, we talk about research questionnaire, where you send the research questionnaire to some of your selected people who are involved directly as part of the research, get their answers, you analyze, and then you arrive at a conclusion and possible recommendation as the next stage. This is what we are going to do, guys, right? these are the 5 chapters or the 6 stages that we are going to do, right? I know I just explained. Now let me also take to a point where you and I do things on a very regular basis. That you and I do things on a very regular basis. I'll take a very simple example. Let's say your phone is switching off on a regular basis, right? For us, mobile phone is something that will give you productivity, right? So we're talking about the importance of mobile phone for productivity. Now, these mobile phones, when they kind of switch off, etc., and so forth, you find yourself in situation where it is not helping you. It's not helping you. So what happens? What do you do? So if your phone is kind of restarting or switching off on a regular basis per day, what do? You would basically now have a problem. You will say, okay, how often does it shut down? Is it once a day, twice a day? You keep track of your data and you are basically justifying that there is a problem in your phone. It is not a one-off downtime of your phone. It is not one-off downtime or auto restart of your phone. It is a downtime that takes place on a regular basis, and you are keeping track of it. Once you have kept track of it, you have justified the problem. You know there's a problem exists. Then what do you do? Tell me, guys. When your phone has a problem, what do you do, guys? Tell me. Or type it in or tell me.
First, you read it in the internet and see if you can find any solutions. Restart.
Exactly, Narsha. Oh, Shane. I couldn't know who was answering, but anyway, exactly. We go on the net. We go to technical, we go to tech forums, the company site. We do some research. Now with ChatGPT, we ask, this is the model, what can I do, etc. and so on. Like, yeah, we keep restarting, of course, right? We do that. But at some point in time, we do go on the net, right? And then what we do is we basically research. We basically looking for content to see like, okay, and what happens when we start doing it on the internet? What happens? We now start reading and we are now gathering info which says there can be a problem in your battery. There can be a problem in your motherboard. There can be a problem in the operating system. This could be the reason why the phone is shutting down. Fine. Right? So now you read so many articles. Many people say the same thing over and over again. Now you've got yourself a mind map that you have done to say, okay, if my battery is good, if my OS is good, and if my uh, motherboard is good, my phone should be working without any problem. That's what we are saying, right? That's what we are saying. Okay. Then what happens is we are looking at this, right? You got your mind map. Then what you do? Once you know that this is what the problem is, do you do it on your own? Most of the time we don't. We want second opinion. We want certain endorsement. So we now have the 3 areas under chapter 3 after reading everything on the internet in chapter 2. Chapter 3, we know these are the factors. And now I need to know like how do I endorse it? From whom do I ask? So eventually what you do is you would basically have people, right? You would basically have people who would basically advise you, guys who are technically strong, guys who are not technical, guys who regularly use that model, or people related to technology. And then what you do is you call them and ask them, Machang, I have this problem in my phone. I read it on the net and I read a couple of technical forums, this and that. It says this is the problem. So what do you think? You talked about 10 friends, your 10 friends or 5 friends, they'll give you different opinions. But you gather that, right? You gather that. and then you find out, yes, there is a consensus among all of them, like the motherboard is the most important piece. That should be the main problem. That can become number one priority. Then can be the OS and then probably the battery, right? So you have analyzed the results, what they have given you. You have understood now, okay, these are the three areas. And now you come to a conclusion, okay, the recommendation and the conclusion is there is a problem somewhere on one of these. The recommendation is I need to go and give it to a technical person to check the phone, check on these three areas. Thereby, I should be able to get my phone fixed. This is what we are looking at as a simple research. What we did just now is we had a topic on mobile phone for productivity. We justified we had a problem because the phone was shutting down on a regular basis and we had the count and we said this is going to be an issue. Then we went on the net to find out what were the problems. We read different articles, journals, technical forums, this and that and everything. Then we came to decide to say, okay, these are the things, key things that need to be double checked. We identified people from whom we would ask questions to endorse it. Then we asked questions, and based on the results, we analyzed and interpreted that data, and we arrive at a conclusion saying, this is the problem. This is what needs to be addressed, right? And we say, now we need to go to a technical person. So similarly, you can have issues in IT projects. You can be a rocket launching scenario. It can be incident reporting scenario, right? There can be several problems, guys, right? There can be several problems. So this is what you're trying to do as part of your research, guys. This is what you're trying to do as part of your research, right? Now, any questions up to now, guys? Any questions in the research? The reason I took that simple example is to put you guys at ease, to tell you we do research on a regular basis. It is natural, but it's just that we don't break them into 5 chapters. We don't break them the process into this is what I'm doing, this is what I'm doing. No, we don't do that. But what we do is basically we are trying to get things sorted, right? For you to understand the bigger picture, this is what you're trying to do as part of the research. This is what you're trying to do as part of the research. Okay, right? So it's a simple thing that you guys are trying to do. Only thing is you need to find the problem, start reading those materials, do a research, analyze, and come to a conclusion. Is that clear? Is it crystal clear or it's somewhat clear?
It's clear, sir. It's pretty clear.
Okay.
Yes, sir, it's clear.
All right. Okay, Ahmad, you have a question. Faris. Ahmad Faris, you raised your hand. You have a question.
Yes, sir, it is audible.
Yeah, it's audible,
Hello?
Faris. Yeah. Yes, I can hear
You
you.
mentions that it's better to go for our own companies. But there are so many students like me. We are out of Sri Lanka. So in our companies, it's very difficult to go and get their support for the MBA sort of things. So in that case, what we can do for that? It is Sri Lanka. I mean, their managements, most of the companies they are cooperating. But out of Sri Lanka, the scenario is totally different. So what we can do for that?
All right, Faris. I think it is not a must for you to do it in your own company, right? It is not a must. But you need to have access to the place where there is this problem and where you can actually run a research or a questionnaire, right? You need to make sure that you have access to that organization, right? That is what is important. But let me also tell you, you can do a research totally based on secondary data as well, right? As I told you, there was one student who did a wonderful research, right? The student actually did a wonderful research by, it's a financial research. Person took all the published annual reports and then did ratios on it based on different figures and proved a model to say like, this is why this model actually works, right? She came out with the what do you call the conceptual model, and her methodology was to prove it through formulas in finance. So she actually didn't even actually talk to anyone because she did everything on secondary data, right? Now it all depends on what is your specialization, whether you can do things on secondary data. Now, when you talk about secondary data, those data also has to be legitimate. No, now you're taking it from an annual report, it is legit. But if you say like, no, I got it from this blog, that may not be legitimate. That may not be legitimate because universities don't actually recognize blogs as legitimate places to have data for you to work with, etc., and so on, right? So that is what we are basically talking about. That is what we're basically talking about, right? So if you don't have access in your own organization, see whether you can do something on secondary data and make sure that your supervisor also is supportive of doing something in secondary data, right? I learned it the hard way where I did something on secondary data for my master's. The supervisor was supportive, but when it came to the Viva, the supervisor was not there. I got into a huge mess, right? I got into a huge mess, right? So anyway, managed to pass. But these are problems that you can also face, guys. These are problems that you can also face. So you have to be watching out for these things. That you need to watch out for these things, right? If you don't have access to an organization there, see whether it's maybe your friend, your former organization, someone trustworthy who can help you with the surveys or getting it done remotely. No problems. It doesn't matter, right? But these are some of the challenges that you have. Does it help, Faris?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Can go for that option.
All right. Okay. Yes, Freemal, you have a question.
Yes, sir. Currently I am working in a sales field. So I am recently appointed as a area manager. So I just planning to do my research based on my working areas. So I have an issue because all other areas are performing well during the past 10, 12 months. However, my area is not doing well for these months. Fortunately, I could be able to perform last month above the targets, but there is an issue. I want to know what are the major issues for this collapse in the area. Is this topic is a narrow down topic or is a broader topic?
Right. So I think you have a problem at hand and something that you're working on, something in your own area. So that is good, right? I think you can justify that problem. My question is, when you say your region, we have had students who come out with these type of problems, and they genuinely want to do it for their region. But what happens is when you actually start doing your analysis, data gathering, sometimes what happens is you tend to kind of what do you call unable to get the responses. You're unable to get the responses. So when you don't get the responses, don't get responses, it becomes a problem. There was one student who once said, okay, the person was into region. Person said, I had access to all my guys in the region, give me a research questionnaire to be done. But the research, the sample was somewhere around 300, I believe it's somewhere around 300 plus. So I told the person, look, this is 300, this is too much for you. You're not going to finish it. Person said, no, I can go to the region. They know me, sir, they will respond. I said, if that's what you say, fine. We were just 2 weeks away from completing the research deadline. Person comes back and says, sorry, Mr. Lopez, I got only 110 odd responses. I don't know whether I'll be able to get the rest of it. I said, this is what I said from the beginning. Because with the time constraint, sometimes you can't. If you have 4 or 5 months, probably you can. But here you don't have. So what we did was we basically went on to look at the topic, narrow down the location, take away the research surveys that came from that particular location, and then do the research. So in your case, Sriman, I think you have a case, you have a problem, you can continue with it. But my only concern is whether the region is too big for you to collect the data if you're looking at a quantitative or a qualitative. So that is something that you need to know whether you can, because you're recently appointed, whether they will respond to you, whether you will have access to them. All these things has to be looked at. Is that clear, Srima?
Yes, sir. Another problem I have, some of product category are not quite performing well. Like example, audio category. Can I select that type of category to perform in the area? What is the reason for not performing in the area?
Yeah, you can take any problem that is related to your specialized area and the other thing. Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Sir, I have a question.
I think Azra has raised her hand. Just hold on. Azra, go ahead. Azra, you have a question? Okay, I think you can go ahead. Azra is not answering. You can go ahead. Tell me, is it C?
Yeah,
I don't know what C is.
Can we collect the data through questionnaires? Is that fine, right?
When you say collecting the data for what?
So for a certain, we can select the certain region, and we can, if you are going with the data collection with the questionnaire, so is that
No.
fine? Or
You can collect. See, anyway, you're going to collect data, the questionnaire. Unless you're doing a qualitative research, then it's an interview or a focus group discussion, right? But you can collect data through Google Forms or any other forms. Even personally, even through a printed form, you can collect data. That's no problem.
Okay, sir. Okay. And then the first supervisor meeting, like we need to do any presentation, or just we need to finish the chapter 1 and we need to explain. So what kind of
No, yeah. So the first supervisor meeting is for you to basically talk to the supervisor and explain to the supervisor what is your research going to be. That is like your proposal. You just need to say, this is what I'm going to do based on these problems. I have done my, and I personally, I feel it'd be good if you can show the first chapter or work or walking through the first chapter. That would be really useful. Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay. So we will get any guidance. I think sure, right? Like
Yes,
the
I think by the
company.
time we finish, our 7 sessions, you will have an idea as to what is required.
Okay, sir. Okay, understood. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Champa, you have a question?
Yes, sir. So I'm currently working in out of the country. So my previous company is government company. So can I take that government company for my research?
When you say government company or government institute,
Government
it's the entity,
corporation.
government and
Government
right.
corporation.
Okay. Well, you can do the research in that government entity, provided that you have access and you can do it, right? That's no problem.
Okay, so thank you.
Okay. So are you guys clear as to what we are going to do as a research, right? I mean, like what we're going to do as a research, what is the research is all about? Because I just wanted to have the basic understanding. So this is what the entire chapter 5 is, right? And then we can look at other things as we go on, right? Because some of you have not done research. So if you understand this is what we're going to do, that puts you at ease. Okay. All right. Senduran, yes, go ahead. What's your question?
Hi, sir. Good evening. After a long time, good to listening to your lectures.
Yes.
Sir, quick one. I have done quite a lot projects with my organization. It can be from construction, from renovation to refurbishments and all. Could I benchmark those or one of the project, a large scale one, and use this for this research and analysis, this thesis what we are doing? Can I use that?
No, I mean, for me, the thing is for you to use it. What is your problem? What is the problem?
I have no problem. I just
Why
want
do
to
you
use.
want, why do you want, so if you think you have a problem, then you can, I mean, if the problem was in that project or whatsoever,
Yeah.
you can identify the problem and then you
Mm.
can do a research. There's no problem in that, right?
Okay.
You can do that, right? But you need to justify the problem.
Okay. Because the project is required to sort out some concern, whether it can be commercials or operations. So that's why the project was required. So I I can take it forward from there, right? If I'm not wrong.
No, I am still not so clear whether you have a problem. You're talking about a project, but
Yeah.
what is your research going to be on is going to be a question for me. Okay.
Okay. Like.
So for
Mhm,
example, yeah, go ahead.
mhm. No, this is the concern, sir. We need to have like a commercial complexes in one of our properties. It has been they are sitting for no reason. So we wanted to make sure that we rent those things out and to make the money out of the empty units. So the main concern was that these units were created and they are sitting idle without no use for the organization. So we made some fit out and we did some marketing and we were able to sell those units to some of our clients. So can I use this as a
No, so that is a case study you're talking about. This is what you did. It's a case study type of a thing. Now,
mhm,
what is your specialization?
project management, sir?
All right. So, okay, fine. So in that case, you need to see how are you going to bring the project management dimension into it,
Mm-hmm.
right? Is it, I mean, was it an issue in regard to project delivery, the cost factor, or whether it was related to any other reasons of the project management that actually put you into this problem, right? Then
Okay.
you can take this project. Then you can justify on this project, say there
Mhm.
is a problem, and then you can go on to do a research. That's no problem in that.
Okay, sir. No worries. Thank you.
Okay, right? Yeah, Azra is saying, can we take an organization which is not a listed company? Yes, Azra, you can take a company which is not a listed company. Okay. All right. So guys, can we have a break and come back?
Yes, sir.
All right. So it's 8:20 now. So can we come back by say 8:45, 8:50? Right? Okay.
Okay.
All right. So we'll be there then. Huh? All right. Are we back, guys? Can you give me a thumbs up so that I know you guys are back? And all right. I was pretty hungry around 7:30, 7:45, guys. So just couldn't take it anymore. Had to have a good dinner. Right? Very food in roti, curry, I think. But then still, like, had to eat. No, I hope you guys also have dinner, and hope guys in office have dinner as well. Sorry, guys. Dessert එකක් ආවෙත් dessert එක දැන් කන්න බෑ. ඔයගොල්ලන්ට මෙයා කරනකොට it's okay. I will do it later. Okay. So I have some questions here. So I said I have two questions. Does the research need to be about the selected firm? It need not be about the selected firm, guys. It has to be about the problem. The problem may come from the firm, but then what happens is as you go on in the next few sessions, you would know that we are talking about sample population who are related to that problem. So in that case, we say like, okay, if you're taken the problem from that organization, it's always good to take the sample and population from that organization so that you kind of hear what those people say, right? What is their opinion in the ideal model that you're coming out with. So that's what we basically say, guys. Okay, right? So it is not about the firm; it's about the problem in that firm, right? That's what we're looking at. Okay. All right. I plan to do my research in finance and using secondary data like stock market, bond market, and financial reports. I will collect this information from journals, articles, websites, and reports. Is that okay? Now, if you're getting things from, say, if you're going to do it based on secondary data, the location from where you're trying to get this secondary data has to be a legitimate place. Say, for example, stock exchange is a reliable place, right? The authority for stock exchange reports, right? Or the annual reports of the organization, right? Which is a public quoted company which has to publish an annual report, no problems, right? That is also okay. Then we are looking at central bank, if central bank records are there, right? Or we are looking at like World Bank, IMF, yeah, like the credibility of that entity should also be there, right? Credibility of the entity also should be there to say like, okay, look, based on these type of things, right? So if it's a company, the annual report, yes, it's credible because that is the published annual report of that company. That's legitimate. I mean, they are publishing, so there's no problem. Okay. All right. Still in office, no dinner. But I assume you must be having your drink also near the Hirosha. It's okay. Come on. Right. All right. And okay. Tushan, you raised your hand.
Yes, sir. When we are getting a company internal information like sales figures and the past performance of the company or SBU from a selected SBU, so can we consider these internal information as legitimate information, secondary data? And how we can?
Well, obvious.
Yes.
Yeah. So see, it's like this. For justifying the problem, you can get those data because you are signing off saying that you are taking this information from a legitimate place and it is authentic and you are not manipulating. So that is totally understood. So you're taking a responsibility for it.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Gihan, go ahead, Gihan.
So let's say it's a real company, but since, as you said, it's difficult to reach to the data. I mean, directly we cannot access to the whatever the required data. In that case, and then since we cannot disclose the real company name, can't we use like ABC company?
Yeah, you can use an anonymous name. That's no problem. ABC, XYZ, no
Yeah.
problems. You can use an anonymous name.
Okay. Okay.
And
Thank you.
sometimes the data also need not be presented in the same way, right? Say, for example, if your report that you're receiving it is in, say, rupees, right? You could always present it in like if you want in dollars, or if it's in dollars, you present in rupees. Or if it's in currency, you could always talk about the profits to be in percentage, right? So you don't need to bring the entire data. You could say like the losses have been at this percentage, right? So
Okay.
it's a legitimate thing. We are trying to protect the company, privacy of info, as well as this. But if it's a public order, then no problems. But if it's a private company, we have a problem.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Let's move. So the first thing that you're trying to do here is like to identify the topic, right? So we're looking at, before we go to chapter 1, we are basically looking at identification of the topic. What is the problem that you want to find the solution? And as I reiterate again, you need to find a problem where you can talk about the problem, justify the problem, right? And then look at the justification and bringing it into your chapter 1. The next thing is you also need to see this problem. Is it something that is current and relevant in today's context? Now, for example, this turnover, staff turnover, job satisfaction, these are constantly an issue in any organization. And there has been enough research been done in these topics, and enough of people have kind of done different things. So if you are going to pick a topic of that nature, you need to see what is that uniqueness that you're going to bring, right? If it's not going to be unique, if it's the same old thing, you will lose the interest of the supervisor. You will also not get good marks. I mean, you might get a pass mark, but you're not going to get anything more than that. So it becomes very important that you look at bringing in something that is current and relevant, right? Maybe you bring in something with the migration and job roles or something like that, or something that is current, that is unique, need not be unique, but something that is workable. Like I mean, say AI and business process automation, or robotics and logistics. I mean, these are some of the areas that you can look at, right? And it has to be something practical and provide future implementation also if there is a recommendation that's coming out, right? And you must see how do you make it interesting as well, guys, right? Right? And whether it's useful to the organization and the knowledge community. I know students, they do things for the sake of doing sometimes. Research fine. But if you make it a little bit interesting in your own area, your problem need not be huge. It can be small. But if it is very current, relevant, it can really be interesting, right? So pick a topic that would be interesting. Then we are going to chapter 1. In chapter 1, we are going to talk about what is this context that we're talking about. Like if it is going to be logistics and robotics, you're talking about, okay, logistics. What is the current trend in logistics? Why? What are some of the challenges this company is going through? Or what are some of the global challenges? And can we narrow it down to country specific or the company specific? And then you can go on to justify the problem, right? Support it with facts and figures, right? And then you say, okay, this is the research question that you're trying to tackle. This is what you want to do. And then you are trying to tackle it, guys, right? That's what we're trying to do, guys. Now, for example, you may be in the automobile industry. You are working for one of the companies, we say Geely, right? You have data to show that, look, every other automobile company is growing, but Geely is still at 6.2. You can show some trend and say, like, look, we are not doing well. That is a problem. So now you could say, like, your topic can be uh, the technical understanding to improve technical understanding of EV vehicles improves market sales or something like that. You can think of titles, etc., and so on, guys, right? So so your chapter one basically talks about, does it support which facts? What is my objective? Who will benefit? How will they benefit, etc., and so on. Okay, so that is something that's going to come in chapter one. Some of the few potential topics that we can talk of, like setting virtual officers, team monitoring under the new normal, screen time and burnout among employees, remote IT services and productivity strategies and financial performance, job roles and performance of teams, etc., and so on. So these are some of the topics, very, very minimum. There are so many topics that you can get. And by the way, I must also tell you, guys, use AI, use ChatGPT or Gemini or Copilot to help you out with the research. Don't get them to write your research, but to help you out with the research, please, for heaven's sake, try to use some of those features that are there so that it helps you with your time. Okay. So it's not bad, it's not bad to use AI. You can use AI, but you do the referring, you check, you see how it works, etc., and so forth. Okay. So try to use a chat GPT, Gemini, Copilot in your work so that it can help you guys. All right. Okay. Then we come into your literature review of literature, right? Here is where you need to go and find literature, journals, published journals, articles to see whether they are talking about that particular topic that you're talking, right? Issues and tackling. I mean, what is the current problem that they're talking about? What is the current knowledge in the current topic that you're trying to talk? What are some of the factors that you are able to identify? How relevant are these factors in solving your problem? Are you in agreement with these authors' thoughts? So this is the discussion in your chapter 2. You don't need to agree with everything that the author says, but you can argue, but you can also agree for something. You can also say that maybe certain other areas could come into place. This is also something that you could work on. Defining research methods. This is chapter 3. This is chapter 3, guys. So in chapter 3 is where you talk about what is your conceptual model. Earlier, you remember we spoke about, okay, we need to make sure that the battery is working. We need to make sure that, the motherboard is working, the OS is updated, etc., and so on. Now, actually, that is your conceptual model. Don't worry, we talk about it as we go on, right? And then you need to see whether you're going to do a quantitative or a qualitative research, right? Whether it's going to be a quantitative or a qualitative research, right? That is something that you need to look at as well. Is it going to be quantitative or qualitative, right? We look at the differences later, right, as we go on. Quantitative is based on survey questions where you use a statistical tool to arrive at a conclusion and prove a hypothesis. But a qualitative approach is more about doing interviews, focus group discussions. Based on the conversation, you pick out thematic areas, and then you kind of bundle them, etc., and so on. right? How will you collect data and how will you do the development as well, right? So this all comes under chapter 3, right? It all comes under chapter 3. Now, one of the important things I mentioned is that in chapter 3, we also need to talk about from where I'm going to get the information. What is going to be your sample? What is going to be your population, right? We will talk about all these in detail, but briefly, most of the time when we say in research population, people think it is the entire country. No, population is normally going to be your audience or the people who are relevant to the problem, right? Say, for example, you have turnover problem. What is your population? Probably it would be your entire organization because they're all involved. But if you have a problem in regard to your branding, who is responsible in your branding? Your branding would be basically, your branding could come basically from what do you call the marketing and the branding team. That's what they should come from, right? So that is a different population. So your population and sample is different. So your sample would be the representation of the population. Say, for example, if your population is 100 people, you can't go and get the information from 100 people, but your population can be, say, 60 or 70. There you will go and get the information. If it's a questionnaire-based quantitative research, we are looking at somewhere around 90 to 125 as a sample, right? Or the full population has to be around 90 to 125, you do the entire population. But if it's a qualitative research where you're going to do interviews and focus group discussions, then you need to look at 15 to 20 guys. Then you're looking at 15 to 20, right? This is what you're basically trying to look at, guys, right? So you need to make sure that 90 to 125 would be for your statistical based quantitative research. But if you're doing qualitative, we need to have a sample of 15 to 20. Some people are of the opinion like, okay, look, when you have 90 to 125, it's too much. 15 to 20 is less. 15 to 20 has equal amount of work as the 90 to 125 because you are going to transcribe verbatim every interview, you're going to thematize it, narrow it down further, etc. and so on. Okay. All right. So I spoke about conceptual models. So this is one conceptual model that we can look at. We can say food taste, speed of service.
It's a question.
Yes.
On the number of sample or rather sample number. So I've had some friends in the previous batch who has faced the interview or rather my thesis defense during the last month or the month before, and one of the questions that they have been asked more frequently is that how did you decide on the number of samples? And so for some of them actually had used the sample calculator at the 95% confidence level, and they had used that number, so they were able to say that, oh yeah, we used the statistical calculator and we arrived at the sample number based on the statistical calculator. But if I'm going to be using 90 to 125, what is my basis to justify that if I were asked that question?
All right. So Nidarshan, like the reason I say 90 to 25 is that is a manageable sample to whom you can send your questionnaire. You can make personal calls at least, follow up, and get those questionnaires given. If your sample size goes beyond that, right, then for you to personally call and follow up and get the information, as the example I gave earlier about that student who want to do for the region, it's going to be a nightmare. You're not going to make it. That's what we recommend because you're going to do your questionnaire probably in the last 3 weeks, right? So to send it out, collect it, analyze, you need to have a manageable sample size. So what we do is when we say like, okay, maybe 90 to 125, maybe 130, whatsoever, what you do is you try to narrow the scope. If your population is is the region, and that is giving you a sample size of 225, you narrow it down to a district and to see what is the sample size that you're going to get, right? So then it reduces, right? So then on that population, you get the sample size of 90 to 125, right? See, as I always said in the beginning, Cardiff is not looking at whether you have done a completely perfect research, but they are looking at whether you are completely aware of how to do a research and you know the techniques. That's what we're looking at. So the number of samples doesn't matter, but they have to be logical. So when they ask the question, how did you arrive at your sample? It's easy for you to say, I'm looking at a district, and in the district, this is the population that is related to the problem. And when I apply the statistical calculator, this with 95 confidence and 90 interval, 5% interval, this is what the number, this is what the sample size is. So we should be able to have that answer. So it was not a big deal, because if your friends have not been able to answer, then I have a doubt in regard to probably their understanding of sampling and population.
And also, for example, if it's a company-wide research, right? Let's just say a company has about 100 or rather 1,000 employees, and if it's a company-wide problem, at the 95 confidence level, the sample size, according to the calculator, comes around 278.
Right, right. So it's 278. So in that case, you can decide at what level of the organization you want to make your population. You can say you're basically looking at below executive level, then your population size changes. Or you can say that you're taking only the executive level. Or you can say you can take the senior management and the middle management. So there are various ways in which you can define the population and arrive at a sampling.
Okay, I understood, sir. So
That's right.
narrowing down the scope to accommodate 90 to 125 is what you're saying the right way to do it, right, sir?
Yeah, because anything below 150 can, but I just want you guys to keep the sample because that doesn't make much of a difference. The reason why I say 90 is because you at least have good confidence levels, right? It's the reliability of the data becomes higher. If you go below 80, 70 and all, unless you go for a full sample, it doesn't give that reliability can be a question, right? The results can be skewed here and there. But once you come to about 90 above or 80 above, your results are pretty kind of acceptable. Reliabilities are very high.
Okay. Understood, sir. Thank you.
Right. Srimal, you have a question?
So, if I doing qualitative research, can I use to get the data from my focus group or interview through Teams or Zoom?
Yeah,
Is it
yeah.
okay?
You can do that. Yeah, you can do that.
Then should I keep record for evidence for that?
Yes. You need to have records and you need to transcribe it also. You need to transcribe it, and then on top of transcribing, you also need to get uh, the thematic areas coming from the conversations, and then you need to also bring out from after doing the thematic areas, we need to bring out the key points also. So it may look like 15-20, but that 15-20 has enough of work.
Yeah, as per my previous questions, if I am doing in this my area, I can take the sample from my area because it is very easy to handle those managers. So is it okay now?
Yeah, it's okay. It's up to you because I don't know your sample, right? I don't know your people. Only you know how easy it is to talk to them, get the answers, and meet them, etc., and so on. Either meet them or do it virtually, no problems.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So when you look at this conceptual model, we say, okay, food taste, speed of service, staff performance actually improves customer satisfaction, right? Actually improves customer satisfaction. Now, this is the model. So basically, we're talking about conceptual model. This is a model. This is another conceptual model where we are talking about Facebook marketing, discounts, and appearance can improve revenue, right? Can improve revenue. This is what we're also talking about, another conceptual model. We will talk about hypotheses and everything as we go on. I don't want to confuse everything on the first day, right? However, the reason why I said we are looking at questionnaire and not a survey is because of this. So we'll take this conceptual model, and if I were to ask you, do you think the food, let's say this is KFC. If I ask you, do you think the food at KFC is tasty? Probably you'll be reflecting on your current situation, reflecting about yourself, and then you would say maybe food is tasty or not, right? But in order to have customer satisfaction, if I have a generic one saying food needs to be tasty, then probably people would say yes. So, for example, if I ask you, do you think the food at KFC is tasty for customer satisfaction? People might give, say, 1 to 5, 1 being poor and 5 being good. People might say 2 or 3. But if I say food needs to be tasty for you to have customer satisfaction, they are not relating to KFC. They are relating to say, yes, food has to be tasty for you to have customer satisfaction. Therefore, they might give a 4 or a 5. So you see how the results could change based on the way you ask questions. One is a survey, the other one is a questionnaire to prove an ideal state. All right. Don't worry, we'll do a session on this as well. So chapter 4 would be basically on analyzing the data that you receive. You will use a tool called SPSS and data analysis tools. You will be given a training on SPSS, a 4-hour training on SPSS after you complete the second supervisory meeting, right? Where they feel at that time it's better to give you so that you're getting into the data collection for you to do, etc. and so on. You need to interpret data, right? Prove your hypotheses as part of chapter 4, right? You have to present some of the statistical calculation. All these are basically dumps that come out from SPSS. You don't need to worry about, right? So this is chapter 4, guys.
Sir,
Then,
sorry.
yeah.
Only we have to use only SPSS, or we can use any other tools like W and all?
Yeah, you can use R, you can use Minitab, you can use any other statistical tool, but
Okay.
our uni uses SPSS. Okay.
Oh, okay, okay. So you will give a special training for this SPSS.
Yes, yes.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
So recommendations. So chapter 5 would be recommendations and conclusions. This will be based on your interpretation of data in chapter 4, right? I mean, your testing of application doesn't come in, it's only for MSc students. And you also give your recommendations going forward and how the researcher could further do further research in what are the areas that needs to be done. So this brings you the conclusion of chapter 5, right? Okay. So some of the things that you need to keep in mind is that the university expects you to have a good understanding of business research. So it's not about the sample size. It's not about a very complex problem. It's not about whether you're coming out with the best solution or the issues. No, for you to prove that you know the know-how of doing the research. That is what we are talking about, right? You have probably 4 months, but very likely 3 months to do your research, although your what do you call your student handbook says you have 6 months, right? So because this is why it's not going to happen, guys. Like this is from another slide. Let me show this to you. Okay, so this is what's going to happen, the process, right? So forget about this. The second semester is not for you guys. It's not for you guys, right? So you will be assigned a supervisor. You will have the first meeting, right? This is where I want you to have the first meeting, the chapter 1, so that you can convince the supervisor saying that, look, this is what I'm trying to do. Supervisor understands your problem and gives a nod. Yes, please go ahead. 2 and 3 weeks later, you will have your second meeting, Another 2 and 3 weeks later, you will have a third meeting, right? And between these meetings, certain supervisors would request you to send emails or maybe have a virtual call, but there are only 3 supervisory formal meetings organized by ICBT, right? You can email, chat, whatsoever, depending on the type of supervisor, how they want to handle things. Then there's a sign off, which is done virtually, where you send the final report and the supervisor signs off or gives an email to say, like, please proceed with your submission. That's it. And then after 1 to 2 weeks, you get a presentation of Viva. At the Viva, you're basically going to defend your own work. So it's your own work, your own research you are defending, right? And once that is done, you're done with the research, you're done with your MBA, where you should get the result, you should pass. So all this is going to take place within 3 to 4 months, right? I would advise you to be prepared for just 3 months, guys. Don't think of the 4th month. Better be prepared for 3 months. So if while we're doing this class, if you guys can really work on chapter 1 and get things going, then we're up on the deal, right? Then we're up on the deal. Okay. So as I was saying, so make your research practical and doable, right? Remember, you're doing your data collection in the 3rd and 4th year. That's why you need to balance your sample size, right? And also, it also means you need to manage your scope as well. Doing it for the region, doing it for the country is good, but you need to see whether you can manage within the 3 months. That's what we're looking at. Okay? All right. Any questions? Any questions, guys?
Sir, is there any particular deadline specifically?
Yeah,
Or
they'll give you the deadline. I mean, like,
so
they will
we
give the
try to-
deadline for the submission of the dissertation. Right?
Okay, when it will be, sir?
The advice is not to. They will let you know. I don't know, right? They will let you know.
Mhm.
And one thing I will request you is not to miss any meetings with the supervisors, because once you miss that meeting with the supervisor, it's going to be difficult for the supervisor to get hold of the supervisor again sometime, right? Because they'll also have the other work. And if you don't get it, then you're going to be backwards, and there's going to be issues in your submission, all those things. Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Udana, you have a question?
With us, right? Hello?
I can hear you, Udana. Yeah, Udana, now I can hear you.
You will be sharing this slideshow with us, right?
Yes, yes, yes. Is that the only question? Okay, fine. Okay, there's a question saying, can we use qualitative and quantitative sample for research if it can be applicable? You can use a qualitative and a quantitative approach, no problems. My problem is your time. You can take this methodology, but when you do it also, you need to do proper, and you need to make sure that you're finishing within that number of months. I've seen students taking things beyond what they can do during the 3 months. Good initiative, they're very eager, but it's going to be tough, guys. But I leave it up to you. If you think this is how if you think like I'm going to do 10, uh, 10 questions, 10 interviews, and based on that, I'm going to come out with a model, and I'm going to run a quantitative research to prove that model. Fantastic. But whether you have the time is where my question is. Okay. Okay, Suranga, is our research topic need pre-approval, or can we proceed with the topic chapter 1 before me? So that's what I'm saying. if you do a lot of reading, if you stick to the class, and if you and you can come and ask in the class itself, like, I mean, can I go with this topic? And I can ask you, we can review things, so you can get a head start, right? Most of the time, what I found is like, if you can explain to me clearly, and if I said go ahead, those topics will anyway kind of be all right, right? So you don't need to get an approval from the topic, but you need to, I would prefer if you can go with chapter 1, at least a good draft, so that the supervisor knows that he can understand what your problem is, what your research is, and then they can allow. Okay. Fahad, yes, go ahead, Fahad.
So approximately when we have to meet, first initial meeting will be conducted after this every sessions end. So
Yeah, so it will be after all my session ends, you will have your first supervisory meeting.
okay, thank you, sir.
So the days starting from today.
No, I mean, our session starts today. I think our session finishes on the 7th or something, right?
Yeah.
And
After
then
that, we need to have
from that,
yeah.
Sorry?
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
You were saying something.
No, like the 7th of February, we will complete our session. Then only we have to meet the supervisor with the chapter 1, right?
No, I finish on the 7th. It's up to the ICBT. Probably it will be after that when they will assign, right? The supervisors.
Okay. Okay, sir. Understood.
Any other questions, guys? Ladies, you have been very quiet today, except for a few ladies. I assume everything is clear. I mean, I know first class is not going to be too clear. There's anxiety and all those things. But as we go on, it should be all right. Okay. All right, guys. So with that, we can conclude today's session, and I will meet you on Friday very likely. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Take care.
Thank you
I'll
very
see you
much.
soon.
Thank you. Yeah.
All
Okay,
right.
thank you, sir.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, there is also a question here. Can we do our research on improving existing processes rather than identifying a current problem? Basically, enhance existing process for betterment of the organization. No, I mean, like, even for you to enhance your existing business process, you need to have a problem. Why do you want to enhance it? Just because for the sake of doing? No, it has to be, there has to be a problem for you to do that. No? So you can't just enhance, you must justify a problem. Why do you want to do that? Right? Okay. Sanjeevan, yes, tell me. You raised your hand. Sanjeevan, you raised your hand. Sanjeevan, you want to talk? Okay, I can't hear you, Sanjeevan. All right. I'll see you guys next time.
Good night, sir.
Good night, sir. Thank you, sir.